Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome to the broadcast. We are finally back. Finally. For those unaware, before the last stream, we had some issues before the last programming stream. Then I figured, well, let's just do PowerWash and relax. And my microphone died. Full on dead hardware. So I had to spend the last little bit of time replacing that. But we're back. We're back. And as might be apparent, we will be doing some power wash. But first, let's check in with the kitties. We do have a little bath time from Ember there across from the keyboard. We had Sky, Sammy, and Mason on the bed, though Sky has vacated. Let's see. We might see him traverse the play area camera, but perhaps not. Do have some plans for updating the play area. I have a thing that I want to put there. Oh yeah, we saw a bit of fluffy tail passing by. He's getting a little food. He's not even doing his one kibble in a very detailed way. At a time. Sky's one of the cats that benefits a lot from the shallow, tall bowls like that. He has big, droopy whiskers, so he's more prone to having his whiskers brush the edges of dishes, and cats generally don't like that. It still will for him, and I think that's why the two Maine Coon brothers and Sky. They both are the Maine Coon brothers were prone to taking, grabbing a kibble in their paws and removing it from the dish and sometimes picking it up to their mouth. Hey there, Reddy. Welcome. 100 subscribers. That's a good milestone. It's always good to set milestones for yourself. Let's see if we can figure out where we were in Power Wash here. I think I've got the volume right. Let's. It's not coming through. Oh. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, power wash today. What do we got? Oh, that's right, the motel. The Nightmare Motel. They're converting it to a spa. They've claimed they've already converted the interior, but what you would have to walk through to get to the interior is frightening. Got a good portion of it carved away already, but it's just filthy. Hey, Stiggy. Welcome. We are just getting started. I figured I'd start a little bit early. I want to get that energy going. Don't know precisely when the next coding stream will be, but we will be getting some of that soon. That button, what was that? Oh, no. What is... Ah, there we go. I always forget the controls in this game. I am not familiar with what 18 Pulse is, Freddy. Wishlist Steam Frame. What's Steam Frame, Siggy? Is that a title or a thing? So I heard they announced some new hardware. Is that what it is? look at that. Ah, okay. Huh, interesting. Be interesting to see how successful it turns out being. I appreciate that they continue to work with hardware. One time in the past, I tried the Steam's VR thing, but I just couldn't get it set up properly. Maybe someday in the future I would do more VR stuff. It would be good. It's a more active thing, you know? Good for the body. Yeah, the problem I ended up having with the original VR rig was getting the kind of camera boxes set up, you know? Well, that and the fact that it had a heavy old cable rig up. But no, that's neat. That's neat. So apparently you are obtaining one of those, or plan to. And don't worry about random conversation, folks. That's one of the advantages of a lot of the stuff that I stream, is it's very suited to chatter. So I do like the observation duty games. I'm looking forward to 8 being released. That's going to be good times. Feel that the kind of jump scare you often get from the observation duty games is a good kind, in that it is an unexpected thing being present. One of the things that I wanted to get to try out with a VR helmet was just to have, even if it was like a screen within a 3D environment, is to be able to do things like watch a movie in a fully enclosed field of view. Like, you're not looking at a screen. It either fills your eyes or similar. You know, the best theater kind of thing. A nice comfy chair for it. Get the full dive vibe, if not the experience, you know? What's our next target? How about... Well, let's carve off more of this walkway here. I could definitely use more light exercise. I am... the body fails me in many ways. And a lot of it is not aided by it being as sedentary as I am. So being able to do something that is, you know, mentally stimulating along with decent exercise, you know, reasonable exercise would be good. Perhaps someday. I appreciate the presence of gaming on things like Linux and others as a catalyst for development and competition as far as Windows gaming platforms go. But outside of like purpose-built hardware like your Stream Decks and whatnot, or Steam Decks, I should say, it's not there. It's not there because it's not good for arbitrary public consumption. A lot of descriptions in guides for gaming on Linux have that sort of, the person describing it thinks it's super easy, and they say, well, all you've got to do, but that all you've got to do involves like finding all kinds of modifiers for your OS software, like adding custom drivers, fine-tuning them. It's like all you've got to do is this very involved and fiddly process, and then it will work, maybe, and you'll only have to tune it like for the rest of your life. Yep. And I think that's good. Like I said, the more things that are a catalyst for Microsoft not to suck, the better. one of the stated goals of a capitalist free market is that, the competition will drive innovation and improvements. And I mean, yeah, they say that. But having something that actually forces it is real good. Yeah, I think if they can get the accessibility of modern Linux like one step further, just a little bit further, then that makes Linux gaming like really competitive. Then they need greater likelihood of software compatibility. You got to get your big new release compatible out the door every time, kind of thing. Like, if you manage to get full software parity, full, like, whatever you add to it parity, there wouldn't be a lot of reason to run Windows right now. I think another issue that Linux is going to have to deal with is that there is a non-trivial part of the community and advocates for the platform that are pretty toxic to everyday users, that it's super easy. All you have to do this, you'd have to be an idiot not to kind of behavior. That is not limited to the Linux platform. It's a kind of a community issue. Plenty of video games that get that, but can be the same vibe. Because in addition to gamers, you need to get real casual folks. Folks that telling them to run a terminal, to run terminal commands isn't gonna fly, Like, if you cross that particular bridge, that's a huge way forward because it removes some of the stigma of the platform. Like, just download this and click the icon kind of thing. Like, keep the power user stuff. That's actually really good. But make sure you get the Let's call it the dumb version. Yep. And I think that's a big thing that Valve has been pushing for on making that a viable gaming platform, is they want that maximum ease of use. Hey there, Rapid Fire. Welcome. Like, you want that game console feel, but without the walled garden vibe. And again, it is fantastic to have somebody doing that, to say, this is a non-Windows, full-on gaming platform. Especially lately. I mean, I just don't understand what Microsoft's motivation is right now. Well, I kind of do. They're on the let's automate everything kick, to make everybody think that they're at the, you know, the peak of capability, but it's at an even greater expense of reliability and just usability than normal. And that says a lot for Windows to be screwing up harder lately. Like, that's dedication to failure. That's effort. And again, ultimately, that level of dropping the ball, especially when you are such that kind of product, when you're making things like an OS, this is not like, oopsie doopsie, we made a mistake. You know, everybody makes mistakes. It's no. If you screw up, you will destroy businesses. One of the things that has me super irritated with Windows right now, or Microsoft in general, is how hard they are trying to stuff Copilot down your throat. It is a ridiculous song and dance. Like, the bad form of how I was saying, like, you need to make sure that dealing with your Linux OS is super easy for the basic user. Yeah, getting rid of Copilot is the hard version of that. You need these registry edits. You need to make these group policy changes. Not running a pro installation of Windows, then you can't get rid of it. And they are actively patching out some of the ways to get rid of it. It is so very anti-consumer. Though we continue to get positive news on the let's stop pretending that a large language model is going to become Skynet and, you know, change the world. We're getting good news on that front. Apparently, a music industry class action suit against, I think it was OpenAI, might be, actually stuck the landing. Like, they won a copyright infringement suit against an LLM company. And as a bonus, it is, you know, Germany in EU. And, you know, they actually aren't 100% slaves to corporate interest over there as far as some of the legislation that gets passed. And a blow to a major corporation at the scale of, you know, Europe is likely to actually stick. You know, I think there's a lot of things that we could use that kind of machine learning for, and let's all be honest with ourselves, it is that kind of machine learning. The current tech hype cycle has hopelessly contaminated the term AI. Like, there's some ridiculous contractual clause in the agreement between Microsoft and OpenAI where when OpenAI achieves general intelligence, there will be some sort of clause that kicks in the contract. And it's, boy, that's ambitious. Like, that is super ambitious. How much of these pylons? I expect we might have to get to the other side of them to fully trigger the clean on them. My concern, one of my biggest concerns, I think can be summed up with the coining of the term hallucination as far as what these programs do. And it is a loaded term. Because hallucination implies that an intelligence that thought something that wasn't true. And that's not what's going wrong. This is not a, I saw fairies, you know, this is, it's just making stuff up. Because it is incentivized, like the training process incentivizes it to give a positive answer. Hey there, Mr. Bob. Welcome. In our orange rooms, we have our standard service, Tingletown. That's... I missed the rest of it. There's got to be a way to bring that back, but anyhow. Yes, I do enjoy that Neurosama is... is an example of a reliable use of... I don't know what their actual platform is behind it. I know that Vital is largely mum about that. Like, this is my thing. And I think that's the key to it. There are companies out there that are working on, like, very purpose-built models. And they're purpose-built models that don't necessarily use LLMs. Often they don't. But as far as company hype, they say AI. They use a term that people associate with, like, ChatGPT. But it's not. Like, there's a complicated, regular-ass neural net behind it. No, a wildly involved one, but still, it's not using these new models. Hey there, Atomic. I mean, the sad thing, Atomic, is unless it is running afoul of a built-in blocker that has been hard-coded into its behavior to not tell people how to do something, there are a lot of those chatbots that would try to tell you how to do that sort of thing, and probably do it in the most dangerous way. The hype cycle is terrible. I mean, everything has to include it, or they have to pretend that this LLM hyped stuff is in their thing. So the worst example of people riding tech hype, not even making the tech hype, but just riding it. Do you I don't know. Do the folks here remember when the iPhone and Apple products were like the top of hype? Like just the pinnacle of tech hype at the time. During that period, every product ended up being an I something. You know, little I something. And the sad thing was, it didn't even have to be electronics. Like, I saw something called the iCaddy. And the iCaddy was a plastic hose storage location. The kind of thing that you would stick to the side of a building to wrap a hose around. It had no technological components aside from being made out of plastic. There were no chips. There were no antennae. It was just a plastic hose caddy. But it was the lowercase I caddy. Yeah, it's buying the hype. What were they? Were they called like Stanleys, or there was a type of thermally insulated like travel mug. They had existed for years and years. They were already a thing. But a company like released, yes, they released colored versions of them. And you started to get hype cycles around it. I don't know if the colored ones came before the hype cycles. But before that, you could you could easily go into a gas station and get the same product, the same quality product for like $10. It was usually like half the price or less of what they ultimately ended up asking for the hyped one. But it was because it was hyped. Everybody had to have the fancy one. I believe that was like Hydro Flask was another thing. It's just the bottle version of a insulated cup. Thanks for the follow there, Atomic. Ember has come to join me. Switch cameras while I... give the kitty some love here. Let's see where the rest of them are. So we have 2 there. Well, thank you, Atomic. In just a moment, we'll do the standard show-off thing. Okay, we have 3 visible. Let's actually put it on the cat tree. There you go. As the whole model. Yeah, button. Yes, I know, Ember. I know. Now, I am working with a new microphone, folks. If you do hear like an aberration starting with the voice, let me know. I can try to tune it more. You know, I've heard the Five Nights at Freddy's side of that pretty frequently, but not the second side of it. No, you can't play with that, Ember. Yeah, I know. Chill out, dear. Was the joke in one of them? You had the person encountering somebody they really liked, and you had the cartoon like heart shape bumping out of their chest, you know, full on wild take kind of protruding from their chest. And they're like, "Oh, I didn't know you felt that way about me." No, this is a problem. This is really bad. I need to go to the hospital. It's not supposed to do this. Yeah, power wash today, and ideally during the weekend we will get get at least a stream in for the game development. I need to get more progress on that. The only mechanical part, or the only special part, aside from, you know, optics and audio, of the Nanotype is the core, which we can see right there. That is effectively the entire machinery there. That's why you can see the tubes running throughout. order to complete its normal household duties, the nanotype model has to be able to hear and perceive entirely accurately at all times. Nanotype hardware is set up such that it is able to perceive and hear all movement within a household, all audio within a household. The presence of all guests and household members are tracked at all times. Merely call out to your nanotype from anywhere in the household or on your property or near it, and it will find you. Favorite anime? Throughout time, like, I would have to say, if I had to pick one, like, across my whole life, there's an anime called The Slayers, which still has kind of a special place in my heart. There's a lot of anime out right now, or, like, series that are out right now that I first encountered as light novels, and I hate them so much in their anime form. I'm trying to remember. There's another really good one. It's kind of obscure. I can't remember it. Oof. Hello, Ember. Yes. Just so many of them out there. Okay, so I'll just say some of the ones that I think are good as far as anime. First season of Ranking of Kings has some phenomenal moments in it. Just really well executed artistic moments. All of it, like the entirety of it, yeah. Like, I get that it's an art style. There are elements of that art style that I find terrible. But I get that it's there, and that did not prevent them from having the aforementioned amazing scenes. Like, when you can pull off an action scene that is relevant to the plot, stylistic in the scene, but also symbolic, just lovely. Just lovely. So, there is a more recent movie of it, and the movie is bad. And I will call out, there is a manga of this one that existed before those things as well, before the anime as well, and I feel like the manga goes completely off of the rails. And that's the Battle Angel ones. The original anime that was released some time ago only covers a tiny fraction of the storyline, and I think it covers the better fraction. But that one's really good. Real cyberpunk, but in a style of area that you generally don't see in the genre. Let's see. There's just, it's such a wide open genre. Now, my favorite light novel that has been made into an anime, which is an anime that I hate, because of what they did to the light novel, is Overlord. I find the anime to be a crime against its source media. Do they get some scenes very well? Yes, they do. Do they get some of the content completely wrong? Yes, they do. And some of it is egregiously wrong. No. Don't mess with my microphone, ma'am. Ember is trying to mess with my microphone. No, yeah, that's why I wrapped that cable in duct tape, ma'am. Yeah. Almost all of the cabling that could be reached by a cat is wrapped in a... It's not neoprene, but it's that kind of material. In like sheathing of that. And the cable that I couldn't wrap in that is a very important cable, is wrapped in a coil of cardboard that is in its then wrapped in a layer of duct tape, so that they cannot harm it. But 2 of the cats are real cable chewers. Even the like heavy braided cables, they will eventually work their way through it. Distracting Ember. It's that kind of thing, Stiggy. For me, there is a scene in, I think, the first season of Overlord where it is a major, like, the kind of the climax of a plot arc where they have been building up one of the characters in a way that is heavy character development in world development. Like, this is a very significant series of events for the world unfolding. And this character is going to, face off against a series of opponents who are presented as very strong people in the area, but we know going in that they don't stand a chance against this person. In the book, this plays out over a protracted scene where each of these guys faces off with him and like does the full anime battle kind of proclamation of what they do. And you get the whole internal monologue of these characters and what they're going to do and why it works or why it doesn't, and then what is the result. In the anime, it's over in less than about a minute. 5 minutes if we're being generous. No internal monologue, super abbreviated, I just win moment. Infuriating. I've recalled talking with a lot of folks about the transition between, or some of the kind of bad examples between the Harry Potter books and movies. And I know I've seen some of them where you can tell that they decided, well, this would create too many characters to keep track of. So let's just smush these characters' behaviors and objectives and achievements into one person. That's fine, right? think there's a lot that happens in like movie and animation media transitioning from text into that medium, where that's actually kind of what I was going to say there, Stiggy, that it's kind of insulting. It feels like the people doing that think we're dumb and impatient. And yeah, that's going to be true for a lot of your viewership, but it doesn't need to be. I don't think it will actually hurt your production to be more faithful to the media. Like, will there be opportunities in some of them to actually improve it? Yeah. Yeah, I think the Lord of the Rings movies did a decent job. The Lord of the Rings movies, not the Hobbit movies. Hobbit movies did the opposite. Not in that they cut things out and squished things necessarily as the biggest problem. It's that they jammed in extraneous stuff. Personally, I don't care about the Silmarillion. If you include content from the Silmarillion, then you've made the movie worse. Are you referring to the Rankin and Bass Hobbit movie, Stiggy? The one that actually includes a lot of the stuff directly from the Tolkien book? Like, it's sad that you could tell that they included some of the it's probably the one that you're thinking of. Now there's a 80s 90s era Lord of the Rings set. 2 of them for Lord of the Rings that are a company that did it as hand-drawn animation, but all of the monsters, the opponents, were rotoscoped. The Rankin and Bass, they did The Hobbit and Return of the King. Return of the King of that company and that release is almost impossible to find. Like, sometimes the DVDs of it crop up, that kind of thing. But it's not digitally available in any legitimate form, let's say. But both of those are very traditional animation. And also very faithful to the material in a lot of ways. You don't get to be there if you're going to try to mess with the cabling there, Ember. You don't. He's loafed up next to me. It's not quite a glare, but let's see if we can spot her. Hey, Dorothea. It's when Ember loafs like that nearby, it's generally that she feels a little put out. Yeah, the Peter Jackson Hobbit movies are their biggest sin is bloat and additions. Like, they added in stuff that has no real bearing on that story. And often didn't serve to actually advance, to even advance that story, you know? Like, adding the White Orc as an antagonist did zero for that narrative. We already have a series of mid-bosses and a major antagonist. We have, you know, the wood elves during the capture, the spiders, the trolls in the woods, the goblins and the Goblin King, Smaug. Those are all antagonists that you already have. You didn't need extras. Well, thanks for swinging through, Stiggy. Have a good sleep. Trigger the filth pulse here, find all the missed spots. Do. May have to look into additional ways to protect this microphone from the cats if they try to mess with it, because while I can armor it, there's nothing that makes it invincible if they're dedicated enough. So kind of putting it out of their mind is the next best thing. Once again, folks, if you do have any questions or just want to chat about arbitrary stuff, feel free. I was trying to make some time to talk with folks as I can. Primary channel rule, and really ultimately the channel rule, is don't be rude. There are a lot of things that come with that, but that's a good rule of thumb I think that everybody should have. Nice. Let's get more of the concrete here marked off. Draw a line. That will be our segment at the moment. Latest batch. Hoping to get a couple of extra videos. I've got some other footage from the last couple PowerWash streams. Hope to get those videos ready. Get those out into early access for the channel members, and ideally within a week or so they will go up on the channel as a whole. Then I will totally get working on the thing. Definitely happen in the near future. Yeah, with the microphone out of the way, you know, we're never going to have any stream scuff ever again. Solved forever. Being less snarky about it, so far it seems like the microphone hasn't failed on me. Prior to that one breaking, we had reached a point where there was sort of a software ritual that you had to do to keep it from breaking. Haven't had to do that yet. No, so, knock on wood, fingers crossed, all that goodness. Blindly chuck salt behind you. Pick whichever good luck ritual you prefer. Off. Okay. This should be an isolated spot. For those unfamiliar with the game, this is PowerWash Simulator. On its surface, it is a game that rose up during the kind of the boom of simulator games. That genre is still going strong. You know, your such and such store simulator, farming simulator, train simulator. Very creatively named, very descriptive. This one is not going for heavy realism. It's also not going for how lightweight can we make this without it being a full pallet swap that you get out of some of them. But it is solid quality, and it also has a plot. And it is a weird plot. This is the sequel. So technically there will be spoilers for the first one, though a lot of them will be passive spoilers, like the presence of this thing in this game will let you infer things that happened previously when it is not outright said that it happened previously. So you know you've been warned in case you were hoping to discover the PowerWash lore on your own. These are sign cactuses. Given their uniform appearance and their glossiness, I have to assume that these are artificial sign cacti. Nice. Triple there. I have to assume this sign is going to, well, I don't know if that's going to be one of the things that we use the abseiling rig on. I mean, we could. Like, in theory, we could. Oof. Hello, Ember. Going to be a bit calmer, Ember? Careful, I can only use my mouse hand right now. Cleaning paths here. The other hand must carefully cradle and pet the little princess here. Okay, still doesn't pick up. The audio filtering is too good for you to hear the cats. One of those things that must sadly remain true. Each of the small letters is its own thing. Our green room is our deluxe option. Rebirth Day. Settle into an all-encompassing edible egg where you are surrounded by pure oxygen and a soft nutrient gel. Where did you get that? As you slip into a higher level of consciousness, the egg gently drifts across the room. When the egg reaches the other side, you have to fight your way out and through the door to begin your new life, reborn. I feel like your spa treatment is going to kill some people. You're going to have somebody that cannot breach their egg. Humans are not known for their egg teeth. I suspect that might be on the waiver, you know? Just have to sign this paper that says if you are physically incapable of breaking the egg, then we are not responsible for your death due to asphyxiation within nutrient gel. Does that happen a lot? Oh, it's a very standard nutrient gel waiver. Don't worry about it. The occasional squeak of the character's boots. Yeah, try to get as much as we can from ground level before we move on to climbing up things, since it saves us constantly repositioning. Now we will have to climb up to get to the upper surfaces there, but if we only have to do that, then that'll help a great deal, I think. Check these letters cleared. Okay. We'll need to get to a different angle on that one to clear it, but... Whoops. It's that moment where you kind of ramp off the top. Sometimes you can use that opportunity to kind of leap off, but not always. PowerWash tech, you know? Okay, yeah, all right. The abseiling rig is the... the whole sides of the building. That PowerWash parkour. It's fun that during the full replay animation at the end, that you can see that the character model during the replay doesn't have any animations. I don't know how much animation they get in multiplayer, but during that replay they don't. So since it also doesn't preserve the movement of the tools, it looks like the character just levitates into the air in places. haphazard in our sweep, but that's okay. Nice. Get the lower portion of this side wall out of the way. Since the lower parts are easy to throw yourself off of the abseil once if you go too low on it. So it's a bit of a hassle. But if we get off the ground far enough, that's not a problem. He said, ensuring that he'll make it a problem later. The addition of the abseiling rig to the game, I think, is good. It creates some new types of things that are less painful to clean. Like these tall sides of a building, using just the ladders and the like would be a real hassle to deal with. And simultaneously, it doesn't rule out having to use those other tools for less flat, tall surfaces. It's not a universal replacement for the regular ladders. We don't need to get a whole lot of this part right here, since we'll have to go up there anyway. But, I mean, while we're up here, we'll get some more of it. It's ground we have to cover anyway, so might as well cover some of it now. Let's carve this line out here. There we go. That is another awkward element of the rig, is that it can only be placed in particular parts of the world. Like, it can exist in its starting point on the field, and it can exist mounted to a surface. It can't exist anywhere else. The sticky ladders, I think, are the same way. Yeah. They're either where they were, or they're in the last place you put them. Potentially the more confusing way to say that, but, you know. In there. It is surprising how involved some of these levels end up being. If I recall, like the last one, we will need to use one of the ladders to get the top of this. Again, get the low-hanging stuff. Then we'll move on to the rig to get the upper areas. You don't have to do that, cycle through all of them. You can hold the button to open a radial. Sometimes you don't want to open a radial. Sometimes you just want to hammer on the button and cycle through all the options. Luck, we will get our schedule rolling again. Said it before, you know, our goal is Tuesday through Thursday and Saturday and Sunday. We're trying to get 4 U.S. Central to potentially 7 U.S. Central, maybe before. Depends on how we're feeling, how the streams go, and we have flexibility to start earlier on weekends, of course. We want to get back to that. We want to be streaming on the regular. So hopefully I won't flake out as often, and my computer will cooperate in that endeavor. Well, we'll have to see, won't we? Realized how mucky it was up front. I would have just soaped that machine down. Saved a little bit of time, but we can do that with this one. As we know, the air conditioning units are a bit rusty. Scary, this game is called PowerWash Simulator, in which you play as a person power washing buildings for a remarkably filthy town. And in the sequel, set of towns and cities. The game actually has a storyline. It is weird and fun. Yeah, so for completing cleaning objects, you get cosmetic points and upgrade monies. So you can buy things that just look neat and don't have like a mechanical function, and you can do things like buy upgraded power washers. This particular power washer gun, the fact that I can extend out the handle, those are upgrades. They're not 100% necessary, but they speed things up a lot. Not getting upgrades makes it slower. But everything is still fully cleanable without upgrades. Well, good to have you back then, Scary. I hope the new streams will be just as enjoyable for you. We will be getting back into the game coding in the near future, Scary. Precisely when, not determined yet, but ideally by this weekend, we will get another coding stream going. I want to get some more sprites made and start working on a prototype level. There's still performance stuff that I want to do, but that's kind of a permanent state of being as far as my project, so we now have the ability to build a map both in what enemies appear and where, as well as just the act of putting the level together. I still need to make some better tools for that, but we'll get there. Yeah, mechanically with this game, you're just looking to scrub off the muck here. It's usually this black, brown, green goo of various kinds. In different places on different objects, you can have things like it's rusty or oily, which can make it more difficult to clean from some distances or with some nozzles. Use a narrower nozzle, it cleans better, but it doesn't cover as much ground. Trade-offs, you know? But if you're close up, you can use wider nozzles and get similar results, whereas if you're far away, you often need either longer arms to effectively make it closer, or you need to narrow the nozzle down to keep the power over distance. Jumped off of the abseil. Hello, Molly. Hello. Come sit with me? Okay. Yeah, sometimes a day, some games, some things. People just, you know, people got other things they want to do. You just gotta kind of roll with it, Scary. I've said it before, and I mean, it's... Nobody's obligated to watch. You know, even if you're a regular to the channel, that doesn't mean that you have to stay that way forever, or, you know, that you can't miss streams. Keep jumping off of the abseil. It's kind of annoying. We're gonna not go all the way to the top to avoid that. Cats are fascinated by the new microphone, so that is going to be a bit of training that I'll be putting them through to ward them away from it without making it feel like a forbidden fruit, you know? Yep, this is the first stream I've had for much of this, might be all of this week, right? Because my last microphone broke. And so we've had to deal with that problem. Get some of the lore cordoned off here. Am I going to stream more Undertale? No, Scary. A big portion of Undertale for me is the music, and the digital rights management company that works with Toby Fox on their games is very aggressive about putting... It's not a copyright strike, it's a claim, but I don't like having any claims on my channel, and I can't always remove the music in the VOD, so I'll play it offline. Like, I do not blame Toby Fox for having a rights management company, because people are... Like, people will use the stuff inappropriately. But in general, a game playthrough is considered transformative. And so they should not be putting claims on videos like that. So instead of being required to dox myself and try to get them to not do that, I shall instead just not endorse their stuff. Part of how I mitigate that is the music you're hearing is just my stream soundtrack, effectively. I have a bunch of string and piano music that we play instead of the game soundtrack, so that we don't have to deal with that problem. And I will say a non-trivial part of that is that I'm super paranoid about it. Perhaps unnecessarily so, but there's something to be said for the peace of mind. I need that. That is correct, Scary. That is correct. Now, as far as the actual game, like the actual game and the craftsmanship that goes into it, the quality of that game, it's fantastic. I can absolutely recommend that game. If you haven't played it, you totally should. Assuming turn-based RPGs with action elements are your thing. Narrative-heavy turn-based RPGs with action elements. A lot of little bits there. Now, the Undertale genocide run is something that I won't do. Now, it's not that I object to it existing. I think it existing is actually really cool on a variety of levels. But personally, I choose not to do it. Because I feel that the experience and the narrative of the idea of the genocide run, I already understand, and both, like, narratively, I don't want to do it, but also I don't want to subject myself to the intentional tedium that is part of that. Now, I do appreciate the expression of skill. Those boss fights in the genocide run are up there. But in a similar way, I haven't done, like, Snowgrave, and I don't want to do Snowgrave in Deltarune. Now, would I be inclined to potentially do that? Maybe. Like, that one feels more like, hey, it might be an interesting narrative experience. Because it wasn't built to be... It has a different mechanical construction as far as the metaphor. So at least entertainment-wise, it could still be really fun. But the genocide run is designed to be boring and tedious. Like, again, the boss fights are engaging, but the process of going from boss fight to boss fight and ensuring that all of the enemies are killed in an Undertale genocide run is meant to be tedious. Ah! The soundboard was mollied. So Molly is my clumsiest cat, by far. She has no grace. All of the other cats can traverse the soundboard, hardly touching it. Like, maybe they'll kick off the very top of it with one paw in passing. Molly clambers over it. Like, she is very likely to hit multiple of the dials. She will turn them. She will press them. She will hit the buttons. And again, it isn't like she just places her feet differently. She just blunders over it. They're still snuggling when the camera switches over. Molly and Sherbet, little mutual grooming, little snuggle there. All right, Scary, thanks for swinging through. Have a good day. When you're in an environment like this motel is, this very, sunny, kind of desert-y area, at least they've got these solar panels on the roof. I mean, it makes sense. No, simultaneously, it makes less sense that they would let the solar panels get this filthy. I think I would have been called in before their power bill went through the roof. Thanks for the follow there, Angel. Welcome, welcome. Dead by Daylight has been showing up in my YouTube feed as of late. And more specifically, those are cats, Angel. The one on the left is indeed Chonky. She's chunky. She isn't fully like droopy fat cat yet, but she's a little chunk. The one next to her is not. He's actually pretty fit. And hello, James. Yes, the ever so filthy solar panels. Can you imagine how much those things must be heating up under all of that? Because, I mean, solar panels aren't a cool apparatus. Let's see how many of them we can see here. We have all 6. So Sherbet and Molly, they're across from the keyboard. Ember is up in the tree. And then we have Sky, Sammy, and Mason on the bed. Nice. Yep, Angel, I have 6 cats. And 8 cameras in which to keep them on stream as possible. That thing's super rusty. Let's use the all-consuming soap foam. I will say 6 cats, definitely a handful. If for nothing else, just learning how all of them interact with you and each other. My computer setup and the arrangement of all of my hardware is very cat influenced. I mean, both in making sure that they all get plenty of attention, it's also obtaining and making sure they all get plenty of nutrition, properly tending to things like litter boxes. With when you've only got a couple of cats, a lot of the cat maintenance stuff is a little lighter weight, and so you don't have to be as good about it. But the more cats you have, the more things like ensuring that the litter boxes are actually changed with the right frequency, ensuring that the food is distributed properly and in a way that is healthy for them. Because any issues with like food dishes getting dirty, litter boxes getting full, water being used up, all of those are happening multiplicatively faster, you know? And that's before, again, the individual personalities and behaviors of the cats. Molly and Sky are mischief makers in different ways. Molly will chew cables and will try to steal things. Sky will chew cables and try to knock things over. He is the internet meme cat sitting on the edge of a shelf, looking you in the eyes before throwing something off there. He will quite literally face in your direction, and he will chirp. The trick with Sky is if he is distant from you and he chirps, you don't look. Because if you look, if he sees that you can see him, that you have turned your head to see him, that's when whatever he has goes off the table. And then he will look you in the eyes and chirp at you again. It is very much a, hey, look what I'm going to do. Hey, look. And once he knows you're watching, he's like, look what I did. Molly will steal things like pens. Sky steals things like zip ties. Both the plastic, like actual zip tie, and like Velcro cable ties. He will full on like dart in, grab those, and run off with them. Molly does that to pens. Molly, if she gets on my lap, will smack at the keyboard, especially the space key. Ember is very insistent about attention. She is an absolute sweetheart as far as, like, she's real snuggly. She likes to crawl up on my shoulder. But when she's doing that, she really demands focused attention. Yep, just in the two that you are describing there, Angel. That is, it emphasizes both pets are individuals. It's not a cat, it's this cat. And they are different from each other. Different energy levels, different behaviors, different social aspects to them. I have encountered a friend's cat that is just the loveliest cat. One, he is a huge chunker. That is an obese cat. And he is the happiest cat. And he will just soak attention. But if you stop petting, he is very likely to give you those kind of quick, sharp corrective nips that you can get out of a cat, the "you're being a naughty kitten" nip. And he will also grab at you and try to keep you from moving or stopping. Sky doesn't as frequently crawl into my lap, but it's likely to happen about daily. And when he does, he likes to really snuggle. Like, he'll crawl up, and for one, he's the largest of the cats. But he'll get, like, right up in your face, and he'll nuzzle your face. But he has real big canine teeth. So when he does that, it will rake that tooth across your skin. It's like, oh, this is adorable, I love you, but also, ow. Drooly cat is another thing that people don't expect. That is a drooly dog people expect, not a cat. Molly is a bit slobbery when she gives you little licks. If you are holding her and like skin is within reach, she will give you licks. There is drool spray when she does that. Like, those kisses have an AoE to them. This is a reoccurring theme in the PowerWash games. In the first one of the gimmicks was that the mayor's cat had gone missing, and every level there were cat tracks around showing you where the cat had been. On the way to PowerWash 2, the main character has adopted that cat. And it turns out Ulysses, that was implied to be male, was actually female, and she had left, like, she was going to find a place to give birth to her kittens. So we have Ulysses, and then we have Bubble and Squeak, the two kittens. But we still have the signs of a cat moving around all over the place in the dirt on the regular. Let's see. Sherbet is really skittish. He was the one that is... He's the tan and white that is snuggling with Molly there. He is a litter mate of Mason. All of my cats are shelter cats. My first cats were a pair of Maine Coons. They were from a breeder, but every cat after that has been a shelter cat. The Maine Coons, man, they were both very lovey. It was Bob and Tom, and they were both like traditional Maine Coons. So traditional Maine Coon males, as far as their size. So 19 plus pounds, and they weren't fat. Just the loveliest suckers. The bigger brother, Bob, was an absolute coward. Like, you wouldn't think it to see him. He was one of those muscly cats, so, you know, built like a shoebox, all muscle. And just, but just a sweet little voice, very timid. Loud noises would make him run and hide. His brother Tom was chubbier, and also super social. Like, he'd get startled by new people, but he would come out and get attention, like, you know, oh, that was frightening initially, but hey, new friends, you know. Sky is very much like that. I got Sky when I had both of the Maine Coons, and I think some of Tom's behavior rubbed off on Sky. As far as new cats, I refer to Sky as the diplomat, because he will usually be the first to go up and kind of introduce himself to the new cat. And he stays friendly about it. He might get kind of grumpy old man if they get in his space constantly, but he doesn't, like, fight with them. Ember, for all the sweetheart she is really territorial. She gets very angry old lady cat with them. Sammy is very standoffish, but less confrontational. She is a stay out of my space, new cat kind of behavior. Sherbet and Mason just kind of stay back. That's right. Okay, since we have ads, I'm going to run and take a break before I forget to be again, so I will be right back, folks. And we're back. Beverage. In addition to just in general getting up and moving around, I've got some medically advised exercises I need to do. So the breaks are good excuses to do them. Don't need the body falling apart any more than it do already. I try to remember for ad breaks myself there, Angel. I've got the ad breaks happen on the hour to prevent the pre-roll ads on Twitch. So I try to remember to do that, to have those breaks during that. Can really help. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's what I was missing. This whole nightmare up here. Again, the narrative for this one is this highway here, a different road was built, and it made it so that there is a gas station, and this motel ceased to have a lot of their business. So they're trying to clean up and try to draw in more customers. The gray cat, the biggest one, Sky, he is fluffy. He's a little chubby, but most of it is fluff as far as what you see. But he is also the biggest. Like, Mason is close, but Sky is definitely a little bigger, and then he is also fluffy. He is a medium to long hair cat of indeterminate type. The one visible on the bed right now is Sammy. Originally... Oh. Hey, son. What are you crying about? Mason gets back scratches. One moment. Tangentially, Mason is, he said, he's one of two brothers that were adopted. He is definitely more social and was always more social than his brother from adoption. His brother, Sherbet, has gotten more social, but is still really timid. Mason would generally be off to the side. Like, you could scratch his back and whatnot, but he wasn't really insistent about it. Over time, he realized, like, after my breaks, he would move from, like, being on the bed. He would jump down and kind of get into the middle of the room to intercept me. Like, he's returning now. He's also reclaiming his spot. Or one of his spots. He likes that, or he likes being on the left there, kind of in the middle. Sky also likes the spot that he's in, but Sky normally prefers the tree. But Mason, kind of, he's a nuisance if you try to bring out a toy for the others to play with, because he's the type to try to take the toy and run off with it and keep it for himself. Like, he'll growl at the others and try to have it all to himself. But otherwise, real timid kind of lummox, real sweetheart. But one of the things I've noticed is with each additional cat, they all learn something from that cat as far as interacting with humans. So over time, Mason got the, like, well, if I intercept Newt, I will get back scratches. And then I can go back and nap on the bed. When Molly joined, he suddenly, I don't know what was the catalyst exactly, but he learned he can actually make noise. When he would just intercept me, it was just the quietest little meep noise. Kind of a meh. Now that has gotten louder, and if he really wants attention, he will either mournfully cry from across the room until I call for him, or he will trot up to the side of my desk chair, climb up the chair, like, prop his forelegs on it, and bat at the back of my bicep. It is such a disconcerting feeling. Like, it's not painful or anything, but it is a sensation that gets your attention. And Molly doesn't do that. It's not like it was direct learning. But the behaviors of all of each individual kind of influence the others. And that makes sense. Most of the vocalization and similar that cats do are meant to talk to you. That's not how they talk to each other. There are different sounds they'll make for other cats, and a lot of it is in like posture and body language. But to people, that's where they'll make noise. You can especially see that in like a litter of cats that all grow up together with people, is a lot of them will have a very similar voice. Like they all communicate in similar ways. But when you adopt cats, you'll often see they all have like really different voices and ways of communicating with you. So you get kind of like little communal dialects with cats that will form. That's something you can apparently you can see with like dolphins and orcas as well. They have kind of like they have dialects and regional languages. But in this case, it's much more of how they've learned to say, hey, you, in foreign. See if he stays here. It looks like he's taking a different path. Yeah, he's crossing through. You can see Sky passing through briefly there. Unless they're next to each other, it's hard to get the differences in scale. So Sky is the largest of them, and Ember is the smallest of them. We might get both of them next to each other in a moment. So there's Ember and Sky near each other. Sky is right there in the foreground. So Ember is noticeably smaller than him. Like, substantially. I don't know if the pictures are still on the Discord. Shameless plug, I have a Discord. Where there was a time when Rorschach, a great big tuxedo, like big muscle-bound sucker, was sharing the box with Tom, the big Maine Coon, like giant, fluffy, chubby Maine Coon, and Ember as a smaller kitten, like fresh out of her adoption, really, was up in there between them. All you could see was like the top of her head poking out between muscle and fluff. But Tom the Maine Coon is why there is a lot of my streaming rig is kind of DIY. One of the elements is what I call the cat shield. Let's see. It is built of 2 plastic T-squares cut slightly to shape on one corner, like the corner is rounded off, adhered to the ends of an acrylic stand that is advertised as being able to be put over a keyboard. It can't directly, or to be a monitor stand, or maybe like a laptop stand. The T-squares tilt it up, so there is like it's kind of like a protective sloping canopy. And the reason it was necessary is that Tom would lay down on the far side of the keyboard and would occasionally roll over it. He would either flop his head on and hit like half the keyboard with his giant jaw, or slap a paw down and hit like 5 keys at once. He was a lovely, snuggly lummox that was a danger to all forms of computer interaction. His brother Bob was actually one of the sources of, was the source of one of my many, many head injuries. So, like I mentioned, Bob was a coward. Just an absolute coward. Like, a pillow falling from a bed on the other floor might make him startle. But also really snuggly, like get right up in your face and cuddle kind of cat. Now, you know, the frequent behavior of cats, the making biscuits, kneading their paws on a surface, like kitten behavior thing. Bob would do that, like all of them. But classically, when cats do that, it's the, you know, massaging mother for milk behavior. So both paws right next to each other. Bob didn't do that. Bob's paws went in random directions in, let's say, a 1-foot diameter circle. So just splayed paws everywhere. And he's right up in my face. So he's frequently like sticking a paw in my eye or that kind of thing. One of those times he did that is a full toe, like claw and toe, went right up my nose. And then a train passed by. So there was a period when from nostril to lip I had a cat slice. Happily, it wasn't as deep as it could have been, but it was an experience. Yep. Cat ownership, one of the things that you should be prepared for is that you might get clawed now and again. Shortly after her adoption, Sammy would not let me trim her claws. She would not get within, like, she actively avoided any circumstances where it would be possible to trim her claws, let alone that she didn't like it. And one of the times I tried to force it a little bit too much, and she went full stiff leg blender on me. I was bandaged from fingertips to elbows. She still greatly resents it, but it's much more a how dare you do that to me than a "you shall now bleed" kind of thing. Sherbet is still very much in the "I'm probably going to make you bleed" for this territory. I've only managed to trim his claws, I think, once. Happily, he's one of the types that does scratch and, like, blunt his claws a little bit more, but it had taken long enough that he had full-on fish hooks. I consider it a good, a success if I can clip a few of his claws and only take a few lacerations. Primarily because I don't want him getting his claws stuck in things. Because especially with him, he is skittish, and I don't want him getting a claw hooked in something and having him try to run and hurting his paw, you know? But yes, as may be apparent, the cats are a significant portion of my life and a non-trivial part of what's shown on stream. I like the periodic filthy handprints. So this is a new feature in the second game here. Objects, when you're nearing the end, when you're in like the last 5-ish%, it will start to show you the things that aren't done, in addition to having the list of things that aren't done. So it'll, like, if I'm not looking at it, it puts that crosshair on that object, and it slowly blinks. Finding what you had missed, even with the list, was one of the elements that could become really tiresome in the first one. And I didn't know you could do it in the first one, but changing the color of the dirt finder, the filth pulse as I refer to it, is really nice. That yellow just doesn't do it for me. Oh, actually, let me check something. Ooh. There you go. There you go. It's Danganronpa. Let's keep it that way. We did Danganronpa on stream. Most of Danganronpa 1 up until the end, pretty good. Danganronpa 2, much less good. Much less good. As a result, did not play 3 or any of the side content. But I say Danganronpa because all blood is presented as, like, neon pink in that game. Hey, Colin, welcome. Anybody remember that one, like, ridiculous social media trend that was the pink sauce? Somebody had mentioned the new Steam hardware earlier in the stream. The, like, GameCube-looking computer, the new VR headset, that kind of stuff. Yeah. I primarily, like, I heard people mention the pink sauce, but the primary time I heard about it was when there's Anne Reardon is like a nutritionist or something like that. And she will, like, her big initial thing that kind of took off was debunking viral social media cooking stuff. And that sometimes just includes kind of research stuff. And one of them was on the pink sauce, the kind of things that were in it. And ultimately, some of the big things turned out that it was stuff like the person that made the original pink sauce and tried to sell it was using old ranch bottles, like emptied out and washed ranch bottles, that was produced in a non-like certified food safe environment. The bottles were not sealed in a way that would be like shelf stable. Just all of the problems with that. The ingredients were inconsistent, and again, no sort of like research or anything into what had to be done with it. We need to buy some more cosmetics. We shall buy the expensive bookshelf. There we go. Okay. Boy, there's a lot of stuff that's still missing. Well, yeah, I suppose we should get this whole ceiling area here. Definitely missed that. I believe ultimately, Angel, that's what it was. That's part of the reason that I think some of the initial ranch bottles were used, is that it was really ranch with add-ins. One of the things that we were talking about earlier are some of those like hype trends. Like right now we have the, you know, quote unquote AI boom that is resulting in BS products being super hyped and pushed on people. But one of the things we also mentioned was like Stanley mugs. How that was a pre-existing bit of product. Like thermal mugs have, and including metal ones, had existed already long before that. They were very established, and, you know, there were inexpensive options. But then those things showed up, got hyped hard, and suddenly they were like doorbuster sales items. Despite, again, being something that was readily available for cheaper. Like, if you want pink, you know, pink food condiment, you can get the materials for that real easy. Well, thank you for joining us, Angel. Hope you have a good day. It was one of the Discworld gags. This is when there are no vacancies. It was motel no vacancies. That means that was it motel new vacancies. The riff on, like, you know, nouveau riche. That is one of the really sad things there, Colin, is when those like super trendy items cease to be super trendy and suddenly there is a glut of them kind of left to rot. So you end up with that, like, you know, waste of various types just kind of piled up. All right, let's see that replay. Got a dirty gator that needs a deep clean. Get yourself down to the wreck whenever you can. Okay, is this going to be the dragon house? For those that didn't see it, we encountered an ancient temple from the, I think it was like 1800s, that had a secret chamber that included kind of illuminated style murals of, like, it was definitely imagery of power washing things drawn by people that had it described to them. So again, very much illuminated manuscript looking stuff. And one of them was a house with a dragon head and legs. And it looks like we have some sort of building with an alligator on top of it. Flush, that's incredible. Can't wait to get all the rebranding up everywhere. Sorry, I'll try not to get too excited. Don't want to spoil the vibe, but it's amazing. We'll keep a rebirth egg warm for you. It's a rebirth egg really has kind of a cult vibe to it. It really does. A mini roller coaster. Thanks for helping out. Yesterday, my little alligator ride turned 18, so we threw her a party and opened up the ride for free all day. As you'll see, it got messy real quick, but the kids had a blast, and that's the main thing. Speaking of blasts, let her have it, the grubby little chuffer. Because we know that there was one that looked like a subway car with the power washer inside of it. But there was also one that was a building, like a house, that had a reptilian, like dragon-style head. That is the slide from the first game. That one right there, that one was a hassle. A lot of difficult angles to deal with. we doing on monies? Okay, we are currently using the Urban X Max, which would be 6,000, with about, let's say 3,000, so an extra 9,000 there. We can't get all of the attachments for the Urban Extreme yet, but we're getting close. But I also don't know if we don't want to just go with the stronger Prima Vista, since the Trident head was really versatile in the first game. I kind of want to do the Urban Extreme just because it's got a silly name, but also because I want to try the different kind of usage pattern of the super narrow focus nozzle that it has. People often say to me, "You've been doing this how long?" Oh, I know that feeling. Don't you get bored? Wouldn't you rather be doing something else? My answer is always the same. Please subvert expectations and say something like, "Oh God, yes," but I haven't been able to. I would, but I can't. I have no other skills. I can only operate alligator-themed mini train rides for children. It's been my whole life, and I just don't know how I would move on. I want that to be the reply. I want that to be what they say. Must be this tall to ride Sheila Later's alligator. A phrase that could very easily be a euphemism. An entendre, potentially doubled. Like how it's a loading bay column there. Not that it being a loading, that this being part of a loading bay is like too grand a term for a ride. It's more that it's kind of sinister, you know? As in, like, they're being loaded into a launch tube. Going to be delivered into battle like some sort of Warframe Grineer pod or Space Marine drop pod, you know? Deploy the children. Which I guess in some circumstances is already a phrase that's already ominous by itself, you know? You get to a theme park and it's just Unleash the Hounds kind of vibe. Stairs up. There we go. Such a mellow game. Like, again, silly narrative. Still fun to play, but it's just so... It's the kind of game that you can just play. You can just... You know, you can just do... It's fun to find games that you have that option to just kind of trance out to. And Zuki, those cats are real. Let's see, that one is Sky. Let's spot the cats. And welcome, Enzuki, welcome. Let's see. Okay, so that's Sky up in the cat tree. Then on the bed, we have Sherbet in the lower left, Mason in the upper right, and Sammy in the lower right. Not currently visible are Ember and Molly. Actually, there might be two in the tree. Let's look closer. Oh, no, yep. Okay, so in the foreground is Sky. Big, fluffy gray and white. If you look, you can see 3 sets of ears. Or 3 ears there. In the back is Ember. She is really small compared to Sky. She's a little diluted calico. So it's only Molly that was unaccounted for. Molly is comfy just about everywhere, so. I have 6 cats. Many hitty. They are all sweethearts in their own way, and I adore them. So the cat camera is an omnipresent part of the stream. The game is effectively straight up cleaning with a power washer. All kinds of different equipment to use. There's no timers or any sort of like penalties or anything really complicated. It's just get it done at your pace. Now, that's mechanically what you do. That's the gameplay. But there is a storyline to this game, and it's weird. You know, spoilers for the first game, but time travel and aliens, or at least time travel gets involved. I was just mentioning one of the things that I'm speculating on is in the, 200 plus year old temple's hidden room is a set of murals that are clearly attempting to illustrate a power washer cleaning particular locations, but drawn by people that don't know what the location actually is, or what a power washer is. Hey, Sammy. You share a beginning name, a given name with one of my cats. Things are going well. Things are going well. But one of those murals is a building with a dragon head and legs. And I'm wondering, perhaps this alligator-topped ride is what they were referring to. But like in the first game, we are gravitating towards saving the entire region from destruction. To some extent, inadvertently, as we clean things. But yeah, good day, good day. My stream has been disrupted recently because, one, my regular insomnia and anxiety. But additionally, my microphone broke. And this is the first stream since I got it repaired. Technically replaced, but, you know. That is one thing I'm very pleased about, is that the microphone doesn't seem to have any different sort of like audio quirks to it. So I didn't have to mess with it to make myself sound the same as I did before. I am, Anzuki. I am. I got distracted by this. I had been looking forward to PowerWash 2, and the release crept up on me, so it has consumed the schedule. But we are making a game, yes. It is a game based on character and channel lore, as well as kind of inside channel jokes. 2D pixel graphics, Survivor's game style play. So, you know, lots of bullets, lots of enemies. I'm coding it in Godot using C#. We have been working on it for some time. since I do a vast majority of the work on stream, it doesn't go super fast, but, you know, it's a mutual learning experience for everybody involved. We only have a working project name right now, no actual game title. I've just been calling it Nyanite Survivors. Again, technically the fan name for the channel, as well as the name of the little creatures that the player character initially is. Channel, character lore related, that kind of thing. No planned release date. We are not close to done yet. But we are potentially looking at pre-alpha prototype territory for gameplay. Spent a lot of time on making sure that the game runs with the number of things on screen that we're kind of projecting there to be. We can do a lot better, but I'm trying to restrain myself as far as spending time on hyper optimization. You know, good enough for now, back away kind of thing. But the goal being, if I can get the game to operate fine with a whole lot of things on screen, like more than necessary, then it should run with what we expect to actually have on screen. All the VODs for the Game Dev Project are on the YouTube channel, if you end up wanting to go look. My Twitch description or bio should have a link that is to a link tree that has all of my channels linked on it. Yeah, some of the Twitch VODs may still exist, and YouTube has the whole archive. Look at the recent ones, you should be able to see, you know, what the game currently looks like. But should be sometime this weekend, I should have another dev stream. So while I don't think I'll be done with PowerWash by then, I do want to get the code rolling again so I don't get fully rusty on what we were up to. This might actually be the tube dragon thing. Unclear, though. Hey there, Pope. Welcome, welcome. We continue our power washing. Finally. One good side effect of the microphone problem was that it necessitated me to finish some of the wiring adjustments. as well as, well, primarily the wiring adjustments. Since I had to, like, reorganize and move some cabling around. Thinking on it, there's a cable that I can remove now. That'll be useful. There are so many cables involved in this whole setup. Metal lumps are not individual objects, it would seem. Good to know. A lot of the dirt isn't crusted on hard, so we haven't had to use soap yet, but you know, the level is still early. Yeah, we get the coding going, and I want to make sure that we're still regularly getting some game days in. So we'll be able to finish PowerWash, and ideally I will be able to get some other games in. We'll see how that goes. Drink something, drink something. There we go. Our current beverage is Canada Dry Zero Sugar Ginger Ale. Actually like the taste of the zero sugar kind more than the regular. Hey there, Adrian. Welcome. Oh, look, cats. Oh, and there's somebody playing the game, too. I don't disagree. The kitties are a lovely reason to watch. Non-stop, high-intensity kitty napping action. Maybe I should rig up some, like, super intense action music, you know, climactic battle kind of music, and just play that over scenes of them sleeping. you work in a shelter or just live near a colony or something, Adrian? Originally, my family was largely a dog family, but when I started adopting cats, it sort of spread. The love of adorable kitty cats is contagious. And sorry if I zone out now and again. It is that kind of thing. I try to keep up the chatter for everybody. Got... I certainly wouldn't share my the location of the Catbot factory, you know. Not really corporate secrets, but it's not a visit location. But I do have a Throne account, which does include bags o' cat food. In addition to the normal options, if you would like to financially support the channel through things like memberships and subscriptions, and all of that sort of thing. Ad plug ended. I always appreciate any sort of like donations or support in that nature. It is by no means something I expect of people, but it is appreciated if it happens. Is ultimately a patronage style system, so if you like what you see and can spare the resources to support a creator you like, great. But if you don't like what you see or you can't spare the resources, then don't. Keep it healthy, you know? Let's see. Aside from getting the streams rolling again, I am trying to get the videos rolling again primarily. I try to get some, like, comical shorts from the streams, that kind of thing. Just on the YouTube side, they go out to members first, but otherwise they do show up starting within a week of when I make them. Trying to get that rolling again. Aside from that, the next thing I'm working on is some, little channel videos, introduce people to the channel, and little taste of the character lore, And after that, I have a thing that I'm working on. A thing that I mention in a mysterious fashion, in no way intending to build hype for it. Okay, we got a little lore snippet here, or at least character dialogue. There are 2 reasons why I love my job. I was hoping that she would, again, subvert expectations. 1, I get to see kids smile every single day. For some of them, it's their first time on a roller coaster. What a privilege that is for me, to give them their first taste of pure G-force. Okay, that was good. Well, the goal is to be streaming on Saturday and Sunday. Adrian. Decided precisely what it is, but I will ideally get the live stream posted today or tomorrow. Sound fix here. Okay. I love how they give a very reasonable explanation of what went down to cause the mess. Like, it is very plausible that it would be really messy after an event of the description that they give. But the degree, the magnitude of the mess for what they describe is completely out of proportion. Like, this was apparently because they had a bunch of kids for some free roller coaster rides over the course of a single day. Was part of the free ride a complimentary, like, dirt bomb? Were all of the children coated in jelly before being loaded in to the alligator train ride? Was it like free soda and oily food day, but, you were out of vomit bags? Were all of the children perhaps possessed by the demon from The Exorcist and, like, pea souping all over the place during the ride? You need a better explanation than that. I mean, that last one does create a sort of amusing image of a bunch of kids loaded into this cartoon alligator-shaped roller coaster track thing. All of them heads a-rotating, spraying green goo everywhere. Some sort of, you know, Nurgle-based mobile sprinkler system. I feel like that would account for at least some of the mess. I hadn't thought to check the button, Silent. Very cute. What's another one that... Oh, Amanda the Adventurer. The third and apparently final installment of that game. It is a puzzle/horror game. There's another one that we must do. I didn't 100% either of the first two, I think. The second one, I think we got most of it done. There was like a alternate ending you could get under a particular circumstance that was largely still the same thing. One of those same scene, slight variation kind of things. Sure, we've got all of those belt casings. Gonna check something real quick here. Don't know if I'm getting... Okay, I don't think that's actually what I think it is, so... Okay. There's a particular audio issue that I have run into before that I think it's not actually happening, it's just the way that the water hitting this particular structure sounds. But on that note, if you do hear any sort of audio distortion, let me know. Especially, sometimes it only comes through the stream, you know? Like a last half thing that they switched to green. So it was going yellow for a good majority of the track there. Did like they're... Yeah, we got multicolor here. Is it like the supplier for the equipment that they got for this thing? They had a whole lot of yellow and only a little of everything else? Okay, back to some green. There are plenty of moments in this game where you're looking at it like, but why is it like that? You know, that why would you build this kind of thing? That you have made this needlessly hard to use and clean kind of thing. I suspect roller coasters in general only get the very minimum amount of cleaning. Like, the part that they're riding in for the will be the primary target, and everything else, so that it doesn't fall apart or look bad from a great distance. Hey, Vampire. Doing well today. We're doing well today. We got our replacement microphone all set up, and we're rolling again. Everything's operational, and the streams will happen on schedule and regularly, forever. I could really use a week without some sort of problem. What chores do I hate? Lawn care. It requires me to be out in the sun exerting myself for a protracted period of time. I will do what I can to mitigate, if not avoid, remove the need for doing it. Overheat quickly in direct sunlight. Bots and Nanotypes are generally built to be indoor droids. Quite strongly against the terms of service and use, as well as the warranty, for a catbot or nanotype to be exposed to any long-duration heat of especially intense origin, particularly if any damage to the nanocore has happened. If the core of your catbot or nanotype has been in any way damaged or overheated in this fashion, please refer to the standard emergency cleanup and containment section of your owner's manual. wouldn't say I hate doing chores. I would prefer to avoid, again, to minimize them. Sometimes that means doing work up front, you know, preventing it from becoming a problem or an excess issue. I like things tidy. I don't like white glove stuff. But I don't like things being out of place. I'm very much a proponent of there are storage locations for clothes, but they're not in like neatly organized drawers. They're stuffed into purpose decided cubbies. So like, you know, all the shirts go in this little box on this part of the shelf. As absurd that as it would look, I suspect that there are folks that have dressed up their catbots or early run Yanotypes. Not a maid outfit type of droid myself. But I have very little doubt that if people were given the opportunity to have a household domestic catboy droid, that dress up time would be a thing. The sequential series of purchases that would likely result in some embarrassed silence if somebody were to look at them and correlate the events. right here is when you got your, your domestic helper droid, and then a series of purchases from, various cosplay studios of dubious reputation. Hello, Molly. Hello. Come to sit with me. Yeah. This guy is watching me. You see in the tree, the direction he is looking is in my general direction. Painted waterfall. Interestingly, the style of water represented in this, what is certainly a waterfall in the image here, is just like below, is generally the style of art that you would use for standing water, like a lake or a pond or something like that. This does look like it's flowing, but the layers of like webbing that you show there is generally for more standing water as opposed to a waterfall. Sit here with me or no, Molly? Are you just adjusting position? Or are you deciding if you want to be a nuisance or not? You've chosen nuisance then, huh? I know. So terribly mean to you. Molly has a very sad meow if she is made uncomfortable in any fashion. And that's largely if you try to move her. Even if she is requesting to be moved, she likes to jump into a particular laundry hamper. And then she will cry until she is taken out of it, whether that is by tipping it on its side and letting her escape, or by reaching in to pick her up. She will complain if you pick her up because of the awkward angle. But it's noteworthy, she can't get out of it herself. She doesn't realize that she could easily, push it over. But additionally, she isn't that nimble. She is chubby and clumsy, and while she can get into the thing, she can't get back out of it. So to some extent, it's a bit of a nightly ritual to free her from that if she notices that she can get into it. Her curiosity will get the better of her, and she will make herself stuck. this will likely be our last level. I don't know that we're going to finish it tonight, but we definitely won't be going any further than this level. Let's see, we have Bubbles and Squeak here. Where's Ulysses? This Ferris wheel, this slide thing, I think there's going to be another... I think that merry-go-round, I think that particular merry-go-round were all things that you cleaned in the first game. That one is much more of a traditional carousel, but they're largely the same thing. I think they're the same thing. Merry-go-round and carousel is at a fair, you know. Given that carousels can also describe non-fair related things, merry-go-round seems like it would be a better term. A clearer descriptor. Thing that has disrupted video making has been, you know, the ongoing sleep issues, more than anything. So that if you've got the energy and time, it's straightforward. Pretty much all shorts form stuff, mind, but gotta make the content, you know? A lot of times if you see me look to the side like this, that's me pressing a save button to clip something. Yawning. Bit of beverage here. Going to be a lot to go. We'll have to get up on top of it. There's also just a lot of ground to cover inside the track area. Everything that flashes pink is dirt. Have such filth to show you. I kind of like the idea of a sanitation-themed Cenobite, you know? Like Mr. Clean, but with, you know, the skin around his mouth peeled back and his eyes stitched shut. Show you new levels of pain. Except instead of pain, it would be like cleanliness. Really liked the remake of Hellraiser. Like, the original introduced the concept, of course. It has its own place. It exists in its own way, and it has its own, I think, its own charm to it. But I feel like the remake delivered on the concept better. It also divorced the Cenobites from generic satanic monster tropes. A lot of the original Cenobite costumes and behaviors lean heavily into deviancy is evil. Oh, there's Ulysses. Which is a common and very toxic trope. They drifted away from that in some of the movies. The first one had a lot of it. But in some of the movies, they start to drift away from that. And I think they did a better job of keeping away from that trope in the remake. It is. I think they are cooler entities when you present them as things with different perceptions and goals, and an interest in sharing their experiences and behaviors with others, in that they present what they are doing as a gift. And they're not presenting it as this won't hurt. It is the thing that we are going to give you and do to you is something that you would definitely want. Like, I believe in the remake there is a guy that effectively has like a winding device attached to some part of, it's like his nervous system or his spine or something like that, where every so often it inflicts terrible pain, but it makes him like immortal or something like that. Secondly, I get loads of time to think. I mean, properly think. Deeply, like we don't do so much anymore. Once I had this amazing thought and got so lost in it that I zoned out completely. Children were trapped on the ride for hours on end. Those kids couldn't believe their luck. They got 2 whole minutes on the ride for $1. I feel like, hours on end would have been funnier. Now, this isn't to say that you can't have generic evil movie monsters. That they can't be just a straight-up threat style creature, the equivalent of a rabid animal kind of thing. And it also doesn't need to be nuanced. Like, we don't have to bend over backwards to make everybody think like, well, would I become such a terrible monster under those circumstances? It is okay that they have made bad choices in their existence, or didn't even need to make the choice. They are They just turned out fundamentally bad. It is okay to write them that way. It's that you don't have to. You have the option to explore different ideas. I think one of the things that can hurt some horror franchises like that is there isn't always a central control, a driving singular vision. You're more likely to get, this kind of film is real popular right now. We should take this concept and put it in the movie despite it not working at all for this movie, kind of thing. Morbius and Spider-Man, you know? Like, oh, you know, the MCU is really popular right now and Spider-Man is really popular. Since we're allowed to reference MCU stuff, we should put Spider-Man stuff all over it in our advertising. But, you know, that doesn't fit what we're making thematically, and also it's not what's in the movie. Oh, we don't care. It's popular right now. Do it. And, you know, consumers of media notice that kind of thing. Like, it is transparent that this is here just to try to pander to what was viewed as something popular at the time. Doesn't mean that you can't include varied things. You know, maybe it, even though it's popular, it's also a good fit. But if you're clearly just trying to pander, you know, just doing it for the views and not because it is something that is, you know, actually believed or that fits, people will notice. People will notice very fast. And like we were mentioning with some of the stuff, it's like, from a consumer level, it's, do you think I'm stupid? Maybe, you know, I said I liked this thing, and you offered me, we have this thing at home. Quality. The kind of mindset that brought us the everything has to be a cinematic universe period. Another one of those things that was often being done because it sounded good to shareholders. And they hoped that they could, you know, convince people to be interested in it, but failed. And ultimately we then get shareholders and executives that think, well, it failed when we tried it very badly, so it will fail forever. Every time anybody does it, it's a bad idea, full stop, by definition. That kind of thinking kind of chokes off creativity, and it also leads to particular genres and ideas vanishing for periods of time, in a way that was self-inflicted by the companies doing it. It's, you know, the market is oversaturated with something, and or the things that are being produced are low-quality, transparent pandering. Like, it's popular to be supportive of this group, but it's clear we're just wearing a mask to pretend we're doing it, kind of thing. It's super cool to pretend that we're going to have, you know, this big continuing epic story that spans multiple different characters and individual storylines. There'll be this constant influx of new and cool stuff, and it's, well, you didn't have those characters, you didn't have a big overarching plot line. You're just, you know, taking a whole bunch of your IP and throwing them in a bucket together. We're on to you. We know what you're doing. Somebody was here. Let's see. Can we reveal more of it? Somebody and JS plus KC was here. So at some point in the past, there were 3 vandals in this location. I like the it balloon in the tree there. Oh, you know what would be amazing? One second here. Okay, I can hit it. It'd be cool if we got some sort of Pennywise analog to appear. Do I have the cherry picker or yeah, okay, we got the extendo scaffold. The ProRise FCS 5X Turbo. Aww. It was worth a shot. Worth a shot. I wonder when the next Helldivers Warbond will drop. All the stuff that's visible in the data mining looks cool, but I would like to see them actually announce what will actually be there. So I do know they're actually committed to and busy on like performance improvements and the like, which is important. Kind of commitment I would like to see out of the Monster Hunter team in regard to Wilds right now. That group has announced that they've got something planned for early December as far as performance. And then mid-December, there's going to be... It's like Gogmazios and a whole bunch of endgame systems that sound a bit like the Safi Jiva and related creature systems. Further, keep doing this and you can try to get better and better upgrades kind of systems. And we like those. Anybody play the Monster Hunter games before? In particular, like World and Wilds. I played Rise. I wasn't a big fan of it. Like, it was not bad. I played it a lot. But if I had to pick from among them, Wilds and then World and then Rise. I like all of those better than the old, like, handheld Monster Hunter editions and the ones that we saw on things like Wii. Another game that I've got in the wings for stream. We've got that Goblin cleanup detail or something like that. It has a vibe of, I think, a more... It seems like a more polished, like Viscera cleanup detail, or cleanup duty or something like that. But in a fantasy world where, you know, you are cleaning goblins cleaning up a dungeon. So you're dealing with active traps. You're feeding the chunks to mimics. One of the mechanics I saw somebody demonstrate in a stream was like having to magically recharge things like eternal torches, but that you could overdo it and cause the torch to essentially start like radiating toxic levels of magic, which I thought was neat. We'll see. My big problem with Viscera cleanup was that lack of polish that I was referring to was that the physics system, while used in gameplay, was often to the gameplay's detriment, in that buggy elements of the physics or anomalies in how the game handled the physics could actually disrupt your progress substantially. You put something in a bucket, the bucket begins vibrating and then sends the thing into orbit. And in Viscera cleanup, that would often mean gore splattering over the entirety of the location and requiring you to go clean again. Such a scenario was not enjoyable. You know, it's funny when it happens the first time because of the spectacle, but after that, it just becomes tiresome. Got the track done. Some of these track segments are pretty long, and that, you know, they're being real stingy with their feedback dings here. Okay, so that's all of the pylons and the track. Let's get some other little things around here. This definitely has the vibe of an actual, like, carnival ride. In that thematically it's all over the place. So you've got the, like, jungle vibe loading area. You have your big cartoon crocodile. We have our sand castles here. And we have the nest, and it's like, okay, I can see, like, crocodile nest kind of vibe. So is this going to be a beach that it's going around? But we also have the kind of tropical waterfall thing right over there. Your world building is muddied and inconsistent theme park carnival ride. Let's use soap on these eggs and just see if we can get away with the white nozzle for longer. Colorful cartoon eggs here. Very Yoshi egg style. With the big spots. Just orange instead of the classic green. You can see the seam for the whole nest. Target that next. So an amusing metagame element is identifying what the segments are so that you can target them to clear them, since you will, when you hit the when you cross a threshold in its cleanliness, it cleans the rest for you. Us identify some more edges. I think we'll be able to use this log, is it? It appears to be log. The log is 1 unit. Yeah, we have references to, like, if it were the log in the waterfall and whatnot, you get sort of a jungle vibe. Which I believe lines up with alligators. Actually, no, it would be crocodiles inside like this, though. I think there are alligators in kind of jungle tropical areas. Not necessarily in them the same way, but since I thought alligators were saltwater. They have that longer, thinner mouth that's better at fish catching. If I remember correctly. As usual, there is no guarantee that I remember correctly. Because I know crocodiles are definitely the, like, more freshwater. They're more like larger animal ambush predators, so they've got that big wide mouth. But hello, Tess. Sandbanks are not out of the question for a variety of areas. I'm getting close to the fight and sleep territory myself, Taz. Getting close there. Lots of yawning. And the problem is, I really need it not to be sleep right now. Because if it's sleep right now, it's going to be like 3 hours long and then not for the rest of the evening kind of thing. These are log characters. Yeah, that stuff's on there. Focus on getting the lower wall here. It's always kind of sad to see folks that don't get, like, refuse to acknowledge a difference between street art and tagging. Like, just tagging. Because this is, at best, just tagging. It's the better of them. Like, there is some effort into how it's presented. So, great. You're getting closer to street art. But it really is a subjective thing, but I feel like it's easier to point to something and say, that's street art. It's not just, like, just tagging, you know? And this is not to say, like, it has to be some sort of, like, Banksy operation to be street art. I have seen train cars with just somebody's name sprayed on it, and that name is well made. Like, that's impressive. And then I've seen some goober that just spray painted in this kind of lettering their initials over top of the good stuff. That is actually, I think, a good distinguisher is, would somebody that likes street art want to keep your work on their wall if you spray painted it there? Like, they don't have to be an aficionado or a critic or something like that. They just think it looks neat. And if what you spray painted on their wall is something they would want to keep, there you go. That's street art then. But if it's just, you know, Jim was here in crude lettering, well, yeah, do better. You know, get your spray can and practice on a canvas or something like that. Some scrap wood, perhaps. I remember that there was like a there was a lot of controversy surrounding it. So there was a building that had been they had a lease, they were allowed to do this, but it was kind of like an art installation where they had brick walls set up and people were invited in to do spray paint art, like just come in and do it. And it became like a gallery of that particular genre. It was really cool. But when somebody else took ownership of the building, it became a big to-do about them potentially ripping down those portions. And I recall that the company had like a restraining order to not mess anything up. And they ended up like sneaking in and wrecking some of the stuff. And it wasn't like you can't take this building. It's we need to do something to preserve the works. And I think people were like, hey, you know, we can work on like carefully dismantling the structures and taking segments of these walls that could be rebuilt, kind of stuff. And that kind of thing is a shame. It's a loss of culture. These days, there's too much of that going on. Is the just because you don't like it doesn't mean it isn't kind of scenarios. No, just because you don't like smut doesn't mean that that a particular branch of, or a very large and varied branch of romance novels are not good literature. Not to say that they're all automatically good literature, but, you know, you can't discount it. But nor are you required to like it. Illustrawash, is there any chance you could get yourself to Washingham to clean up our interactive solar system? We've had an incident. Incident in quotes as well. It's not quite as bad as to clean up after the incident would be the worst form. there is an implied incident. We're referring to it as a incident in order to conceal what it actually was, like, quote, incident. But then there's capitalized incident, proper noun incident. If you reach that point, things have gone very wrong. It's the kind of thing like when you refer to a particular large-scale event as like the summer of 03 kind of thing. Now, ultimately, that kind of scenario is not universally a negative thing, but it's significant. And in the case of this game, that will usually mean that something really out of the ordinary made a terrible mess. Do. We might be able to get this little beach thing. Then a saltwater crocodile would be like a coastal one. My large predatory lizard knowledge is clearly decayed and out of date. Power wash all of this plastic sand. I saw that they've started advertising it. I don't know precisely when, but I have more recently encountered it. They're working or heading towards the release of a Zootopia 2. And the setting for that I find very interesting. Primarily in the... I mean, it's metaphor, but it's also just an exploration of an element of world building, and that's the idea of predator and prey species were historically a thing, still are, but we now have a modern cosmopolitan kind of community around it. And what are the interactions? What are the prejudices? That kind of stuff. And I think they explore it in not, in a full scholarly sense, but in a very interesting way in the original movie. With the sequel exploring reptiles and the fact that it's kind of like the underground or a different part of town is where they will show up. It's a place that isn't where most people go, kind of thing. And again, another good opportunity for world building. I like that. Could they screw it up and just focus on gags and callbacks to the original movie? Oh, yes. I feel like that's more likely. Like, strong chance, not a very valuable bet. But there's always the chance. There's always the chance that, you know, even a sequel could be good. What was something? So recently, there's been a lot of bad internet commentary around turn-based RPGs. And personally, I think a lot of it stems from the change in the gameplay changes in the Final Fantasy remakes. That is one of the differences in the everything new is terrible, I liked it the old way better, and thus any change is sacrilege crowd. It doesn't mean that there aren't valid criticisms. It's that I'm talking specifically about the, again, the back in my day things were better and thus all new things are bad group. So it's that, you know, the man thinks that turn-based games are bad, but they're really good because of Expedition 33. I think it's Expedition 33. Expedition number. And that's a fantastic game. It's really good. Maybe someday I'll get around to finishing it, but it's good. And they keep pointing to that, like, oh, you can do amazing things with it. And the annoying thing is, 33 is not, there have been turn-based JRPGs like crazy before coexisting with Expedition 33. It's not a shiny new... It's not a fresh, new take on any of its systems, but it's pretty. And well done, again. But it put itself more towards the mainstream, and so people point at that and say, oh, everything should be like that. That's the thing. Yep, things like Legend of Dragoon, the idea of timing-based button presses, as well as timing-based like defenses, have existed in the Final Fantasy games for quite a while. Final Fantasy VIII had the timing-based attack stuff. You know, with all of their ridiculous gun weapons. Like, it's not new stuff. Oh, yeah. The Paper Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga games, those are, like, the Mario and Luigi ones are... Those are what Expedition is, as far as its combat system. Active defense, active offense, with patterns specific to individual attacks, characters, and enemies. Like, we have this. It's not new. This is just well executed. But one particular element that angered me was somebody was posting about the game that they're developing. I think it's their studio or whatever. They've been putting a lot of work into it. Completely different, like an art style that I haven't really, that is at least, it is very much not Expedition 33, but they have an active defense and offense system. And there are people pointing at and saying, you're just ripping off Expedition. But you said you wanted that. You said you wanted people to do exactly what that game is doing. Pick a lane, people. Like, will it be as good? I don't know. But you can't say you want others to adopt this kind of gameplay and then turn on them as soon as they start doing it. Let alone that that particular one has been in development since before 33 became really public. Yeah, it's there's no victory. There is no I still think it's really it is disingenuous discussion. It is they're not coming from a place of actual like design discussion or of interest. They're coming from a place of I have another opinion and I am promoting it because I didn't like one piece of media, and because I expressed that like, I have to hold to this opinion, but I also have all of the other toxic opinions, like the you're just ripping off insert here. It's like, oh, you're doing a platforming game with collectible elements. You're just ripping off Mario Brothers. Yeah. I was saying at the start of that, it's... I think a lot of that consternation is coming from the I want to pretend I have a reason to dislike the Final Fantasy Remake games that isn't like a legitimate qualitative, because their actual reason is I liked the original better, and any changes to the formula of the original, I hate them. You know, you should have just copied the original. Hey, I just remembered what that amazing thought was. Isn't it weird how some people have the perfect name for their jobs? Like there was a famous detective around here called Penelope Proof. But get this, she used to be a baker. Bet she rose through the ranks. Haha. Okay, though. Okay, though. We need to wrap it up. we went on for a little bit of extra time today. But good times, good times. We got our hardware problems fixed up. Got to play some PowerWash Simulator. Now, I do want a gaming stream this weekend, but we're definitely... I would like a gaming stream this weekend, but we're definitely going to get at least one coding stream. He said, invoking doom. But we'll see. We'll see. All right, folks, though, I do hope everybody had a good time watching with us tonight. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All of that good stuff helps the channel grow. And if you'd like to help financially support the channel, you can do so through subscriptions, memberships, bits, super chats, all of that kind of thing. If you'd like to find my other channels, you can do so through the link tree in my Twitch bio and YouTube video descriptions. And with that said, I hope everybody has a good rest of their day, and I'll see you next time.